had some kind of experiences previous to this job, okay, you are supposed to give those details also. So necessarily the resume will contain education details, skills detail, and employment if any. Okay. Uh, the resume is supposed to highlight the specific skill requirement. A specific skill requirement, not all the skill what you possess. So why I say that specific skill requirement is that, again, if you recollect, I have been keep on repeating that a candidate supposed to master the job description, and the CV has to be tailor made, not ready made. Resume has to be tailor made. If I mistakenly use a CV, please pardon me. I meant resume only. Here and there, I may be using CV because in the sense, I had been taking the classes on building the resume and CV. So here and there, I may be using CV, but it is not CV for you. It is only a resume. Consider the terminology as a resume. Okay. So specific skills. Yeah. Why I say that specific skills in the sense the skill and the CV, sorry, the resume, whatever you are putting in, is for a particular job, and you know particularly about the job description. And if you recollect, I already told you to go for a SWOT analysis, self-evaluation. By that time, by that practice, you must have already identified the various strengths of yours and the skill what you possess. So you should be able to understand whether your skill set, the present skill set is matching with the job description or not. So once it is matching, you are supposed to give only the specific skills customized to the target job profile. Customized, I mean the customized, I mean here that it should be tailor-made for a particular job. You cannot have the resume, ready-made resume for all the job. Supposing when you are applying for the salesman job, you are necessarily to state about the skills what you possess related to the sales. Okay. The skills what you possess related to the sales. Okay. If you are applying for the analytics analyst job, you are supposed to highlight the skills what you possess in the analytical area, okay, rather than the sales skills what you possess. So based on the job description, based on the job for which you are applying for, you must be in a position to identify the required skill and highlight those skills in the resume. As I already told you that the resume should be in the third tone, the third person, to give it an objective or a formal tone. I'll tell you what the third person, you understand, no? Third person tone. Do you understand what is third person tone? Please. Any of you? Preeti, are you there, ma? Preeti Ravi, are you there? Rajan, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Rajan, do you understand what is third person tone?
It's. I think it's a blur.
Yes, ma. Tell me whatever you know, Ritu. No problem.
We also want to consider the mindset of the employer. I think.
No. Third person, third person tone, first person tone, third person tone. It's like you must have learned in the English grammar, no? Third person singular, first person. Okay. Third person, instead I say I have the experience of 20 years. I say possessing experience of 20 years. You get me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So possessing the skill.
Okay.
I will not be using I or me. When I use I or me, it becomes first person tone. I'm having a qualification. I'm having this skill. I have excellent communication skill. It becomes a first person. Okay? Possessing communication skill. It becomes a third person tone. Got it? Very simple.
Got it, sir. Got it.
Okay. So the resume, you are supposed to have the third person tone or the neutral tone. So the third person tone is advisable because it will avoid I and we, I and me or myself. That kind of will be avoided. That should be also avoided when you are building the resume. Please understand. Recently, I had a interaction with one of the HR manager. He highlighted, I'm also from defense. I'm also retired, voluntary retirement. I was serving for Indian Air Force. So we have a culture in defense. We never use I or we. We will be using we. Supposing I will not, I will never say the defense culture. I will never say that I have built that bridge. Rather, I would say that we have completed the job. It's a culture what we have been brought in the defense. Yeah, I never say that I completed the job. Even though I was involved in the job, the culture is that we have completed the job. Okay. So one ex-serviceman has applied for the job and he was called for an interview. And the HR manager, when he was inquiring about himself, so he used the we concept rather than I concept. Yeah, we did it, we did that, we have achieved this, we have done that. That kind of answer the ex-serviceman was giving, ex-officer of defense was giving. And the HR manager at the end of the interview stated that uh, it means that you did nothing. It means that you did nothing, and we did it means that you have done it with others. So, what is the specific quality of the skills you possess? And it has come in the Twitter. I wanted to actually share to my regular students how the HR is behaving because they have taken up my subject as HRD and how the HRD professionals or HR professionals are behaving. He shared this incident in the Twitter and stating that this ex-service or ex-officer is not having the specific skill for himself. Always he's referring he and we are completed, we did it. So I rejected it. This was his comment on the Twitter. Immediately we all reacted. Me and your Colonel, Umar Shankar, and Lieutenant Colonel, and few more others, the wing commander, have immediately reacted to the tweet, stating that you are not a HR. You are not a HR. Better you go back to your school and learn what is HR. They made a strong comment. You are unfit to hold a post of HR. You are unfit to be a HR manager. Don't you understand the defense culture at first? If you have not understood the defense culture, no problem. Live it. But in any organization, we are supposed to be a team and we are supposed to work in collaboration with others. You mentioned the same tweet. We are supposed to mention as a team. We are supposed to work as a team. We are supposed to collaborate with others. So if you would have taken that the answer by those by that officer as we concept as a teamwork, you could have selected it. You lost a potential candidate. Yeah. So why I'm mentioning this incident because it has deep gone into my heart, being a HR specialization and defense person. I don't know how, what kind of education he had, that HR manager. Uh, Normally, we avoid I and myself and me concept. Yeah, same thing is also stated here in resume building that try to avoid the first person tone, go for a third person tone. Yeah, understood? Understood? Shall I proceed further? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the as I told you, the resume is going to be 2 pages maximum. No, not 2 pages maximum. But again, if you have more amount of skills, it is better for you to enlist all the skills what you possess rather than leaving any skills. Again, I emphasize specific skills. You do not mention the skill which is not relevant to the job as of. When you are, and as I told you, the interview, uh, when you are being interviewed, if you are enlisting the skills, what you possess other than what you have mentioned in the resume, you will be having an added advantage. Okay, I think I have already highlighted that. And a good resume will start with a brief profile of your candidate, summary of qualification, and the experience what you possess, the professional, and the expertise what you possess. That's what we are going to see. Let me say that a resume will contain 1 or 2 pages maximum, and it will definitely contain the KRA, key result area, and also the KSA, knowledge, skills, and the ability one possess. It may be of last 5 years, or it may be of last 10 years, again based on the job description and the organization what you are applying for. And it will also give the certification whatever you have received, and it should be customized for the job description and third person. Yeah. And mm, contact details, etc., that I will be talking about. But normally, the demographic details are not required, like date of birth, gender, father's name, nationality, hobby, declaration. Yeah, I have also seen in the resume that I hereby declare that above information given by me is true to my best of knowledge. And this is the statement what we make, the legal statement what we make. Resume does not require that. Resume does not require any declaration. Earlier, format of biodata we used to give this kind of statement, a declaration and sign it. That is not required for CV. It is not mandatory, okay, until unless you have been asked for. As I told you already, the traditional organizations like government and the government establishment and semi-government, they will be definitely asking a declaration from you, because uh, once you are being selected, if any shortcomings have been identified in terms of your qualification or something, they may be able to take the legal action. That's why they are asking about the declaration at the end of the resume, but at the end of the biodata. But resume does not have any declaration at the end. It is not needed. It is not required until unless you have been asked specifically. So about a brief introduction is given for you all about the CV. Now let us go for. Is it visible? My PPT, visibility. Shari,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
it's visible. Oh, okay. The tips for building the resume, have proper professional email address. Very, very important, sir. Most of you are having the habit of having a fancy email address. I've seen Senorita, this one, that one, Apple Kanna at gmail.com. Yeah. This kind of that kind of. I don't know why are you having that kind of this one. If you have such kind of, if you want to continue with that, you continue for your private conversation and the communication, not definitely for the professional communication. The professional communication, you are expected to have the professional email address. I mean, proper professional email address. I mean here that normally I make a professional this one, riyasuddin.dms. This is my profession. Okay, riyasuddinpu at gmail.com. Riyasuddin.dms. Okay, I give my full name. If there is a possibility, there is also a possibility, you all know that, your mail may not get registered, because already if it has been registered, you may not be given that. Find out some other thing wherein which you will be able to have reflection of your name professionally. Yeah. So the professional email address is very much required. Do not go for a fancy email address, or do not have any personal email address. Personal, I mean to say that, as I told you already, Apple cannot, this cannot, that cannot. And I have seen many of you still are having, when you are logged in, I could see many of you are having still a Gmail address, which is very fancy. Okay? I do not have that kind of fancy email address. Rather, you must have the professional legal address. Okay? Supposing if you have the, suppose again, Rajesh or many, Rajesh, yes or many, try to find out some method, or you all know that. try to incorporate some letters or some numbers so that your ID becomes unique. So have a proper professional email address and update your contact information. Pathetic, sir. I have seen many resume on my hand. They never update their contact number. They must have changed the this one. I have seen candidate is having 3 to 4 numbers. When I call the number, what was given in the resume, the call is getting diverted to some other number. A call is getting diverted to some other number, and it always says that your call is being diverted. Your call is. I lost interest in the candidate because though he is having that number, he has put that call diversion mode. If any call is received in that number, it may be directed to some other number. What he has newly got or something like that. Do not do this kind of mistake. Okay, don't expect the company to call you back again and again, confirm your personal details. Okay, but try to understand the information what you give is given by you, and you are supposed to give the appropriate contact informations, adequate contact informations. Okay? On that day, you have seen a mistake has happened with me, and Professor Nizamuddin has pointed out in the CV contact details. I missed A. Okay, RIA. Then I added A. You all know that. Until unless he pointed out, I did not know that. This may happen with anybody. This may happen with anybody. So check and recheck whether you have given the exact or appropriate contact information of yourself or not. And the appropriate font size for the resume is standard is 10 to 12. I advise you to go for 10 to 12 only. Do not have the 14 size and do not also have 8 or 7. Yeah, I have seen a few of the candidates in order to make the resume two-page, yeah, or a single page, they simply reduce your font size, which becomes very difficult for the employer to understand and read. The normal font sizes, that's why I have mentioned here, standard is 10 to 12. You all know that. Even the text word document also we normally use 10 to 12 font. And it's fine. The 10 to 12 is fine rather than going for lesser or more font size. And resume should have some headings. Because simply if you are putting the resume as a running matter, it may not be eye catchy, it may not be, the reader may not be able to understand what you are given. Instead, you must have the subtitles like education qualification and go for narrating your, describing your education qualification and experience. Again, the subheading experience, yeah, and the skill subheading. So try to have the appropriate subheading for your details. Okay, without subheading, very it looks flimsy or gloomsy, and the reader may lose his interest to go through the resume, or he may not understand what you are trying to convey. So resume should have subheading. Diligently balance the content and the white space. This is most of us ignore this kind of tips. Again, putting the content and this one. Let me tell you, my dear friends, you must also have a blank space in your resume. Blank space in your resume. Okay? So it will be more appealing. Blank space in the sense, too much of blank space will have a different this one look, and too much of black. Suppose if you are having a print in black, too much of sentences without any much gap or not the white spaces visible, again it will look differently. Okay? It is not going to be in the presentable form. So to be in the presentable form, you have to ensure the balance of weight and the black space, or diligently balance the content and the white space. That's what. Diligently. You know what are the various details you have. Okay? What are the various details you are going to give in your resume. Okay? Put those details, find out how it looks, whether it is looking professionally or not. Or do we have the too much of content and less of white space? You take out any this one and find out if you have more content and less white space. It will irritate you, or you may not be able to have a kind of attention. It is better. You must ensure. This is most of the candidate may not know this. Maybe they are not aware about it. The presentable format of your resume, as I already told you, it is a passport. It is going to communicate about yourself to the third person. Yeah, there is no personal contact. So by your resume, the employer will be able to have some picture about you. He will also understand about your personality and the commitment what you are showing. Again, I told you that any CV or resume which is folded many times in a small cover, I don't. I am very happy. That's what my friend. I am very happy that I need not to go through that. I will throw it into the dustbin. A neat presentation of resume is very much necessary. In the content also, it should be neatly typed and it should have the professional look. Yeah. So they diligently balance the content and the white space what you have. When you are balancing the white space and the content, if CV is likely to go for the third page, do not think that sir has told or it is a customary to have the resume 1 or 2 pages. So I will restrict and put the content in within the 2 pages. If you have a content for the third page, and if you are trying to put that third page content into second page, so it may look differently. So no problem. If it is moving to the third page, it is not strict that your resume should have only 2 pages. If you have a content to explain, if you have the details to present, and if it is moving to the third page, no problem. The employer will understand. The details are very much required. That's why it is moving to the third page. Okay. So it is not mandatory or strictly the 1 or 2 pages. It can travel to, it can move on to the third page. For a want of 2 pages, do not compress your content and make a kind of look, okay, wherein which you don't find any white space at all. Diligently balance the content and white space. Practically use italics and bold wherever it is required. Okay. Normally, one HR manager, basically, I told you I'll be sharing many of my experiences with this. And one HR, once a resume, he found that I have good communication skill. I have good communication skill. I already told you that do not go for a single person or this one, go for a third person or third person tone. But that candidate has mentioned that I have good communication skills. That was okay. But he has made it in the bold. Yeah, he made it bold. And a few of this kind of things, one, he made it in the bold. HR person said to me, sir, what this guy is trying to convey me. Does he mean that he possesses excellent communication skill in the sense he want to make it bold so that I'm able to catch, he is able to catch my eyes? Is he trying to express me through the bold letters that he possesses a communication skill? He was not interested in that. Subheadings, the bold, it's okay, experience details, bold. But within that, when you are trying to give something in bold letter, you are trying to, this is a normal habit of many. We try to uh, 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 highlight, or in the sense, we would like to draw the attention by putting in bold. So that we think that we will be able to draw the attention. Does it mean that other skills set to what you possess is not having any relevance or not important? You mean to say that the communication skill is only important, according to you? That's what the HR manager has questioned me. Sir, is he meaning that he only possesses a communication skill by making it bold? Or is he meaning that other skills are not that much is possessing? What is trying to tell you? Have you got it? What I'm trying to tell you, my dear friends? Hello, are you with me? Hello? Hello? Anybody? Vinta ma'am? Umashri ma'am? connection. Huh? Hello? Hello?
Sir?
Am I there?
Yes.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I thought I lost the connectivity. Was there any break in my
No, sir.
speech?
No, sir.
Okay.
Fine,
Are you
sir.
all following what I'm trying to tell you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was really afraid that whether I lost this one, something like that. Okay. So what I was trying to tell you? Hello? Anybody?
Sir.
What I was trying to tell you?
Pardon, sir.
Hello? What I was telling you just now? Is the PPT
Res-
visible for you?
yes, sir.
Yeah. So what I was telling you now?
Resume building steps, sir.
That is a topic. But just now I was narrating some incident. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir said that about the italic and bold.
Very good.
When we are trying to something making bold our CV, that's make attention of the. Uh, we are trying to take that attention by
Yeah,
using
that's
bold
what.
letters.
Yeah, using a bold, it should be tactically used, right? Wherever the bold and the italics is required, wherever you can use it. I'm not strictly stating that you should not use a bold letter at all. You can use a bold letter. For example, I told you that subtitles can be of in bold. Okay, but try to avoid the too much usage of bold letters everywhere in your CV. The HR manager may think differently, he may understand differently. That's what I told you. The incident HR manager said that possessing excellent communication skill. I have this one he made it in bold. The other is more normal. HR manager asked me, is he trying to convey that he only possesses a communication skill, or is he trying to communicate to me that the other skills are not relevant or not important? Only the communication skill is important. So I'm trying to tell you that tactically use the italics and the bold, etc., wherever it is required, and use appropriate margin. Okay? Margin is also very important in order to align the content. I have seen the people are making the CV with very less space, the left, right, and top and the bottom. Okay, it is also very much required. Yeah, the left, right, and the top and bottom margins are very much required. Then only your CV will resume will look. It will be appealing rather than putting the content. I have seen keeping the left margin very low, right margin high, or right margin high. I mean, or less right margin, top narrow, so that you are able to accommodate your details within the 2 pages. Yeah, that should be avoided. You must ensure that it has the appropriate margins everywhere. And normally, when you are going for a enlisting your experiences, informations in the reverse chronological order. Reverse the chronological order in the sense it starts with the most recent at first. Yeah, I'm supposed to start with the 2020 rather than the 2002 or so. Yeah, I must start from the most recent at first whenever I'm presenting my uh, details to be whenever I'm mentioning the details in the resume. Information in reverse chronological order and make resume skimmable. Again, skimmable here I mean to say that uh, No sooner I see your resume, I should be able to have a summary of your CV. See, resume itself a summary. Again, the employer should be able to make a summary of yours, skimmable in the sense wherever the information I wanted as an employer, wherever the information I wanted as an employer, I'm supposed to look into that. It's skimmable. Immediately, I will be able to take from here, there, and all. Have you understood the meaning of skimmable?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So wherever the information I required as an employer, I must be able to take in a position. So normally, I give you tips that you go for mentioning your important details left aligned. Left aligned. Okay. So try to give the important details of yours in the left hand side. When you give in the left hand side, it becomes more skimmable. See, very simple. When you want to copy a line, normally I start from the left to move to the right. Right? When you are copying a word, when you keep your cursor, and if I'm having the habit of copying by using the shift, I used to go for the left to right cursor movement rather than right to left cursor movement. Have you experienced, sir? What is your habit? When you are copying any matter, any content, using the shift button, how do you go normally?
Right to left.
Reverse.
Yes, sir. Mostly we copy from down to upwards.
No, I'm not talking about the down to upwards. I'm talking about the direction, left to right or right to left. Yeah, starting
Left to
up.
right, sir.
Normally, when I try to copy anything, I'll keep my cursor at the left of the word and try to move towards right.
Right, sir.
It's very, very general tendency of many, right? So that
Yes,
I'll be
sir.
able to complete the copy the entire sentence rather than few of it. You have practiced, no? You are good in copying. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's what I suggest. It is my suggestion. It is a tip. Yeah, I'm not saying that you must always follow my tips. Left aligning your content. Left align here in the sense I'm not talking about the left alignment, right alignment, justify. I'm not talking about that. Left align your important details so that it becomes skimmable. Yeah. Ensure readability, of course. Understand what is readability is all about. When you follow my earlier tips about the white space, etc., and font size, naturally it will become readable. And consider putting your education details at first. In the resume, definitely you must go for putting your education details at first. Whereas in CV, it is not required so. At the top of my this one, I can mention that Riyasuddin B, LLB, MBA, MPhil, PhD. That's enough if it is of CV. And I go for explaining about my experience at first. And if it is so required, I may give my education detail later. But for you, the freshers, the education details are most important. In resume, normally we will have the education details at first. Consider putting your education details at first and provide short description of coursework. There's many of the freshers they fail to do. They may not mention this, but I consider mentioning about your coursework is very important. Suppose when you are mentioning that your degree is MBA HR and marketing, your dual specialization is our policy. So if I mention that MBA HR and marketing as my qualification, what are the various courses I have undergone in my HR? Suppose if I am applying for the HR executive course post, if I am applying for the HR executive post, so what are the various courses I have taken up? under the stream of HR in my qualification of MBA. So let me also simply highlight it. Supposing the SHRD, Strategy Human Resource Development, learn about the aspects of management, strategic management, the aspects of strategic management of human resources. A brief summary of your course that will give a better idea about you, about your education details to the employer. And again, do not make a paragraph or a lengthy paragraph enlightening the unit-wise learning. That is not required. If you see that normally, uh, mostly in the course plan, we have mentioned that objective of the course. Even in the DDE course plan also, they have learning objectives. So based on that learning objectives, there may be 6 or 7 bullet points in each of the subjects, in each of the syllabus, the learning objectives. So if I have that learning objective enlisted in the subject, the course what you have taken, try to have a small 1 or 2 sentences out of those objectives. Try to frame 1 or 2 sentences of objectives. Convert those objectives into your coursework, what you have learned. Okay? So we must have mentioned in the learning objective, by reading this unit, like the student will understand the objectives of HRM, evaluate the process of HRM. Yeah, these are all the core objectives or the learning objectives is given. So when you are describing about the HRM course, yeah, in that you can write that understood and learned about the evaluation of HR processes, HR practices. Have you got it? What I'm trying to tell you? Consider putting your education details and provide short description of your coursework. Short description. Okay? Short description means to say that it should not definitely exceed 3 sentences. Definitely, if it is in 1 or 2 sentences, that is good. Okay? So the resume writing is an art. It requires a kind of this one, no? A practice. Art is basically a practice, right? So when you practice more and more, you move into the perfection. So you have to practice the resume building, the resume writing, and understand what is the, or how can I put the things in a shorter, brief, but in an effective manner that you need to practice. Provide a short description of coursework. Describe jobs of 10 to 15 years, if any. If you are not, or if you are a fresher, this tips is not applicable for you, not repeated. But few of you are having a work experience before pursuing your MBA or any other course for that matter. If you have something like that in industrial experiences, try to describe the job what you have performed in the previous positions or previous organization. And it is for those who are having a 10 to 15 years of experience. So whatever the job they have performed for the past 10 to 15 years, you may also go for mentioning it in your resume. Based on the details, choose a suitable professional format. You are all fortunate. You are all fortunate. During our days, we did not have this kind of template available in the internet. And I could see now there are hefty number of templates are available. The professional templates for making CV or making a resume. Plenty number of templates are there. And there are few sites which can help you in resume building. One is resumebuilding.com, and I have a few more. I think Rahul may be knowing it. I saw your tweet, Mr. Rahul. Rahul? Rahul, are you there?
Sir?
Rahul, are you there?
Sir?
Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, some of the website you have mentioned for resume building.
Yes, sir.
Yes. At the end of the session, you can tell us.
Yeah, okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Right. So the resumebuilding.com, which will help you. At the end of this session, we will highlight what are the various website you can take a help of your resume building. Okay. At the end of the session.
Okay, sir.
Rahul, you may type this one in a PPT, and when I end, you may share your slide.
Okay, sir.
So make your resume skimmable, already covered, and we are in the last part, of course. Based on the details, choose your suitable professional format. So as I told you, you are fortunate. You are able to have many templates, professional templates for building your CV. You may choose and use the template which can be suitable for your one. Okay? Do not choose Mr. John, who had a 10 to 15 years of experience, and he has put his experience in the details in the resume. And if you are trying to adapt the John's resume, you may end up in messing it up. So try to understand what kind of resume will fit into you, the template fit into your details, and try to adapt that professional format. And the length of your resume depends on your detail. As I already told you, normally the resume will have maximum of 2 pages. When I say that if it is a resume of 1 pages, well and good, but it's not possible 2 pages. At some cases, as I already explained you, it may go to the third page if you have the details to fill in, okay, without any this one. If you have the details to fill in, it may go for the third page also. So the length of your resume depends on your details, personal details. And at the same time, let not your resume be fatty. Too much of this one. That's what I told you. The skill which is relevant for the job description, try to mention. Other skills you may explain to the employer when you are being called for the interview, so that you are able to avoid the fattiness of your resume. Okay? Try to avoid the fatty resume, trim it wherever it is possible. Include summary and objectives. Summary of your resume, you may give at the top of the resume when you start the career objective, or you may also give the summary at the end of the resume, so that the quick glance, a quick understanding of the candidate can be by the HR or the employer. The summary should not be again more than 2 or 3 sentences. If it is having more than three, it becomes a paragraph. Paragraph, normally people may not be interested in reading the paragraph. Try to summarize as crisp as effective. So objectives and the summary should be included. Mention your interest, hobbies at an appropriate place. Why I'm giving is that normally I told you at the beginning of this session, a resume does not require any kind of details, the personal details like date of birth, father's name, religion, nationality, and include also the hobbies not required. Supposing if you are applying, again the job description. Supposing if you are, very simple example, let me give you. Supposing if you are applying for the job of tourist guide, supposing if you are applying for the job of tourist guide, okay, there the hobbies could matter. There the hobbies could matter. One of the hobby I can mention that I travel a lot. I love traveling. I visit many archaeological places or a kind of places. Yeah, the history, historical places like that. Hobby. As you see, that is going to strengthen your CV or resume. That is going to strengthen your candidature for the given job. And normally, the hobbies and the personal details need to be avoided in resume, but it depends upon the job which you are applying for. As I give an example of tourist guide, you are applying for the job of tourist guide, definitely, surely, you should mention the hobbies as such. They love to visit the historical places, archaeological places. That gives you a kind of weightage for your application. Yeah, are you getting me? Sir, I'm discussing about important point which most of the candidates fail. And most of the candidate, they simply mention the hobby, reading a book, yeah, reading a book, cooking. Whether it has a relevancy with the given job or not, I don't understand. Again, job description requires, suppose when you are applying for the post of chef, definitely you must have the hobby of cooking. Yeah. So that kind of, when you are applying for a particular job, specific job, if it is related to, hobbies are related to the given job, no harm in giving the hobbies if it is required. So describe, mention your interest, hobbies at an appropriate place. That's what I mentioned. Appropriate places. And describe your progressiveness in the chosen career. If you have experience, this should be mentioned in your resume. How you have progressed throughout your career. Supposing you have joined as a sales executive and you have moved to the position of assistant sales manager and you have moved into the position of manager sales, AGM, and so on and so on. So, what is your career movement, yeah, from this? If you have any switchover of your career, nothing wrong in mentioning. Supposing you had a hardcore sales executive, but again you have changed your career into HR. No harm in mentioning about your career progress. That will give you a kind of this one that it give make the employer to understand that the personality is versatile personality, wherein which he will be able to quickly adapt. Yeah? The agility I could see in a person, but the frequent switchover from one profession to other profession, one career to other career, yeah, it's not good. Again, I recollect my friend's statement. In a CV or a resume, he saw that the candidate has frequently moved from one job to other job. Hardly had a maximum of 1 year, 1.5 year experience in a particular company. Okay, every 6 months, you will be seeing the career movement of him from one company to other company. And the candidate has mentioned that as if it is a career progression, what he has thrown. Suppose he has joined as a level one in some company. 6 months after he is into the level two to some other company. 6 months after he is moving to the level three in some other company. So he probably mentioned, say, thinking that it is a career advancement, how he moves. But my friend HR took it in another way that he wrote it in the CV. I told you about having a sufficient white space also. White space helps the HR manager to put his remark on your CV. He is having the habit of putting the remarks on the resume. So he has written in the red ink, Rolling Stone. A simple one word, Rolling Stone. Yeah, that carries that remark carries many meaning. Rolling Stone does not carry that mass. So he keep on moving from one company to other company, not getting specialized in one and not having the adequacy or adequate experience in one position. He keep on moving from one position to other position. Yeah, that way a HR manager may take. And he said that if I take him, he may also likely to move to some other company after 6 or 1 month. Why should I take risk? Yeah. So he has written a remark, Rolling Stone. Simple. Nothing else he has written. He has written on the top of the CV or resume, Rolling Stone. That's all. And finally he got rejected. So the progressiveness in your chosen career should be mentioned if you have any, and ensure online details are updated and cleaned. Very important, sir. Again, if most of you are having the uh, the social media accounts, okay, again, understand that you have updated all your online details, the social media account. Many of you are having the Twitter, and I advise you personally to go for LinkedIn if you have. LinkedIn seems to be a professional platform for the job seekers. I have seen many of the individuals are posting their request in the LinkedIn group, and few of them are able to also get the direction for or the employment for them. The LinkedIn is a professional platform you may look into. Twitter is also another professional, but Twitter has many discussions. Whereas in the LinkedIn, you will find, yeah, you will find more of professional discussions rather than generic or social discussions. So the LinkedIn profile you may create it and If you have that kind of online details, you must ensure that are updated and cleaned also. Yeah, the companies are so equipped, the technology is so equipped, they will be able to understand, analyze your tweets, yeah, their text analytics and etc. Sir, if they are, if I am interested in you, I may even analyze your Facebook postings, tweets, and other social media, whatever you use, so that I can understand about the candidate. Okay, many of the companies are doing so in order to understand the character and the skill level of the candidate. Okay. Yeah, whether the candidate is pessimist or optimist, that can be also understood from your comments, what you are posting in your Facebook or tweet. So ensure your online details are updated and cleaned. Top third of the resume is important. Top third. Yeah? If you divide into your resume into many parts, the top third, I meant to say that. That's what earlier also I addressed that. It should be skimmable. So when you are skimmable, making your CV or resume skimmable, the details what is given at the top of the resume are most important details. Yeah, the first page. So try to have the most important details in the first page itself. Yeah, that will give you an added advantage over others. Are you all with me? I'm rechecking again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you lose any connectivity or any problem in the PPT, please open your mic or Rahul has my number. You can call me. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So express your achievement in terms of numbers and details. This is another important, sir. When I mention in a resume, of course, this is if you have your work experience, it becomes handy. These tips become handy. Even if you don't have any experience, work experience, this tip can be applied if you are diligent. I'll tell you what is diligence here. Express your achievement in terms of numbers and detail. Instead, you mention that I have worked as a salesman for the 5 years, past 5 years. I worked for as a salesman for XYZ company. It is not impressive. It's not impressive. Instead, if you mention that achieved 20% of sales increase as a salesman of XYZ company, achieved 20% of increase in sales as a salesman of XYZ company. You see the difference. The first I say that I worked as a salesman for the 5 years for of so and so company. The next I'm putting the same thing in terms of numbers and details, like 20% achieved 20% increase in sales of so and so company as a salesman. See the difference. So the second sentence will be more effective than the first statement. Merely mentioning that you are a salesman may not impress the employer. Rather, when you see that 20% increase you have made in the sales, that is more impressive than the first statement. If you're a fresher, still you can make in terms of numbers. Still you can make the details, your achievement in details. Uh, uh, Instead of mentioning, for example, many of you are having the many events in your department. You must have been a coordinator for a department. Say uh, every department, especially the MBA, in our department we have a yearly annual program called Synapse. In that, many are participating as an organizing committee. So it is not only that you must mention only the work experience. You may also mention this experience as a coordinator of an event. In that, you have to mention that what kind of achievement you have made. Okay, instead of telling that acted as a coordinator for Snaps meeting or the event thing, you coordinated the meeting, coordinate the Snaps, coordinated this function. That will not have more impression. Yeah, that will make the impression. Instead, if you mention that suppose you had been the communication of the event to many. Because you all understand that we divide you into many teams, a communication team, correspondent team, or hospitality team, this one, that one, and all. Suppose if you are in the communication team and say that instead of saying that I have coordinated, I was a member of communication team for the event of so and so. Instead, you mention the achievement in terms of number, contacted 300 top personalities of the industry and invited them for the meeting. Contacted 300 top personalities in the industry and invited them for this event. See the difference. In the first statement, you are just making, you are a part of communication team. But in the second statement, you are stating about your achievement. 300% contacted, 50% contacted, 10% contacted. Have you got, my dear, what I'm trying to tell you in terms of number and details, please? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Use action words wherever possible. Again, it is related to the previous point in terms of number and details. So whatever the term I have used, it is actionable, the action verbs achieved 20% sales increase. Invited, action verb. In the action verb you are using. Invited 200 top personalities in the industry to participate in this event. Basically, I have done send the email to them. That's all. But how you are mentioning? Invited top 200 personalities for this event. So the action verbs are more important so that it becomes that the employer is able to understand about your effectiveness in achievement. And resume should be tailor-made rather than ready-made. This point I have already highlighted. So based on the job which you are applying, do not have the ready-made. Many of you are having a habit of making one CV or a resume and trying to send the same resume to every company. Recently, it has happened in our department also. And a person has applied for the given job, even though we have given the detail that the company is looking for a HR executive. And he also shown his interest in joining the campus recruitment. And the company has asked everyone's biodata or your resume. This man also has sent the resume and biodata. Immediately, the company has called me and asked me, sir, it's a candidate to fourth of. I asked him, why, sir, why are you questioning me like this? I have seen the people, my students are having a quality and they are competent also. So they can be invited for the interview, whatever the process of selection. But he, with a little smile, I could sense that the employer or the recruiter's reaction. His tone was a little kind of humorous tone, yes, sir. So do you feel that your students are competent enough? Yes, sir. But basically, we have called him for the HR executive, sir. When I have gone through his resume, it says that he is specialized in finance and marketing. And he has mentioned the finance and marketing. So he is also applying for the HR executive. So a candidate who specializes in finance and marketing is also applying for the HR executive post. Two things. One, desperation on the part of the candidate to get any job, though it is not related to his qualification or specialization. Number two, he is not making a CV or the resume tailor-made. What is the necessity of mentioning about your specialization if you are not asked for? Even though if you have not done it, HR, he could have mentioned, as I told you already, the MBA qualification and the coursework done. If you are applying for the HR executive, why don't you mention the principles of management, what you have learned in the first semester, or the management process, what you have learned in the first semester, which is a compulsory paper for all you all. And you could have mentioned about the HRM paper, what is a core paper, a compulsory paper for you all. so that you are able to relate the coursework with the post applied for. See, you have to go for a tailor-made resume rather than the ready-made resume. So for a want of his this one, he simply got rejected. He was not allowed to appear for the other process in the interview. It has happened with the current. I'm talking about the current who is passing out as a second year the placement. This way, many of you have failed to understand the importance of making a tailor-made CV. Yeah? Many of you are having a ready-made CV and try to give the ready-made CV, resume to every company. The job which you are applying for, your resume or CV should be built based on the job description. It should be tailor-made rather than ready-made. Match your resume based on job description. I have highlighted many times this and avoid jargon which makes no sense. Okay. See, every recruiter, you may be technically sound, you may be possessing a technological this one, but every employer or the person who is scrutinizing your biodata or your resume may not understand the jargon what you are using. I've seen it is a habit of most of the younger generation using a different jargon which they only know. Okay, many of us do not know about it. Many. The jargons which cannot be understood by others, or the too much of technical jargon, which may not be. I may not have the same competency as you in a technical area. Your CV is not going to be shortlisted by the technology person here. Basically, your CV is going to be shortlisted, or resume is going to be shortlisted by the HR department. Thereupon, the process will start during the interview and all, the technology person will come. But initially, when you see that almost all the company deploy the HR executive for scrutinization of your CV. In that case, the HR person may not have the technical knowledge or may not understand the technical jargons. So try to avoid it if it is, yeah, if it is possible for you. Try to avoid the jargons which has no sense. That's what the jargon which makes sense. Yeah, that is okay. But which has no relevance or making no sense, that is not required. Avoid jargon. Reason out your career gap, if any. Again, it is very much applicable for the people having experience and switching over from one job to another job. In between, if they have the career break, for example, the female may have the career break during their delivery or the pregnancy. Again, after delivery, they may likely to rejoin. So the career gaps will be there. Likewise, for anybody, the career gap may be there. So you have to necessarily state why the career gap has happened. For example, few of our students are there for PCS. Now they are undergoing the PG, I mean the higher qualification. There will be a gap of 2 years. Definitely they can mention in your resume the career gap is because of pursuing higher education. So wherever the career gap is there, try to fill it. Yeah? Try to fill those gap appropriately. Reason out your career gap if any. Mention URLs of your social media, website and blog, etc. If you have any, like Twitter account, the LinkedIn account, and Facebook account, whatever you may have. Mention the URLs. Instead, I say that this one, if you give the URL, I'll be readily able to get in without much difficulty. Immediately, I will be able to copy and carry or click the details so that it takes me to straightway to your profile rather than searching for you and mention your URLs of your social media website, blogs, etc. If you have any, it is better for you to have. Definitely, I say suggested. You must have a Twitter account. You must also have the LinkedIn account. LinkedIn seems to be more professional than Twitter because LinkedIn is having one more advantage that people can endorse your skills. If more people are endorsing your skills, that you possess a communication skill, if you have analytical skills, if those skills are being endorsed by more than 7, the company may also look into those endorsement. Okay, who was endorsed? That is very important. Okay, not because you were asking your friend to endorse his skill. That is not. Supposing as a professor, I endows your skill as a analytical skill or a communication skill, that carries more weightage. So in LinkedIn, there is a possibility of endorsing. There is a provision for endorsing the skill what you have enlisted. But in Twitter, I don't think that provision is there. But that's what I'm suggesting you to go for opening a LinkedIn account. That will help you in greater matter. If you are rich enough, you may go for premium subscription of LinkedIn. That will connect you more to the more of specific and professionals. But I have not subscribed since it is not needed for me. I don't know what is the subscription amount and all. So LinkedIn premium account will take you to the allied groups, so that you are able to make a contact with them, and you will be able to build a close contact. Yeah, that depends upon you whether you create a premium account or not. But definitely you must have a LinkedIn account and a professional MBA. So mention your URLs of your social media, website, and blog, etc. Prepare covering letter in accordance with the resume. This is another point, a very important point. I told you that once a resume is your passport, if the resume is your passport, the passport you get it by preparing a proper covering letter. Okay? It is more than the resume, because when I see the covering letter, then only after seeing the covering letter only I am going to open your resume or go through the resume. Okay? So the covering letter what you draft is also very important. It should be in accordance with the resume. It should start with you must have already learned about email communication, etiquette and ethics in communication. You must have learned about the content development during your first semester or so. How to communicate with the corporate, how to communicate the professional communication, yeah? uh, the content writing, professional content writing. So be clear. Yeah, I have seen many of the students are addressing professionally that, hi sir, are you going to conduct a class today? See the wordings. Though I consider you all as my friends, and I am also move with you all as a friend. Rahul T very well knows about me in my department. Though I move as a friend and I talk to you as a friend, but when it comes to the professional communication, when I see that, hi sir, are you going to take a class today? This kind of, uh, so you can modify that, okay, respected sir. If not, dear sir. Most of us started using the dear sir, madam now. Okay, it is no more respected sir. And we don't also end up like a traditional method, yours sincerely. Why should you be sincere to me? Yours obediently, yours faithfully. I do not expect you in a profession that this one. Yours faithfully. With regards is more than sufficient. With the best regards or with the regards is enough. Thanking you with regards. That's enough. No more usage of yours sincerely, yours faithfully. That is not required according to me. And your letter, covering letter should be professional. Dear sir, madam, you do not know who is going to have, whether what gender the people to whom you are sending your covering letter. So better you always mention, until unless certainly don't know that she is female or he is male. Try to use dear sir, joke, madam. Greetings. May I know if you want to know about the class? May I know whether the class is to be held today or not? Instead of asking, are you going to conduct a class, right? So the professional touch, professional communication, you need to practice. So prepare a covering letter in accordance with the resume. Proofread your resume again and again. Read it. The mistake can happen with anybody. I told you about my mistake of not including A in my mail. Though it is stupid, simply. No, I will not commit mistake like this. How can I commit a mistake in mentioning my mail ID? That means I must have got carried. So it is not so. Anybody can do a mistake. Please check and recheck your resume, proofread your resume. If your resume is having any grammatical mistake, that's the end of your life. That's the end of your candidature. If your resume is having a poorly written, the end of candidature. Yeah. The grammatical mistakes, spelling mistakes. I see many of the resume, they're having a spelling mistake, grammatical mistakes. Please avoid it. If you are not sure about the grammar, spelling, yeah, now of course you have the spell check error is ready, and they automatically fill. So you can use that this one. Even uh, for grammatical check also there are softwares, free and open softwares. You can use it and check your grammar with that. Grammarly.com, I think. You can check with that. Even our university has subscribed that Grammarly.com. You can use that services to ensure that you are not committing any grammatical mistake in giving your details and no spelling mistakes, of course. If you have these two, grammatical and the spelling mistake, I'm happy at the employer. Definitely reject it. So, proofread your resume. Properly name your resume file. Very important. Do not give any fancy. We also need .pdf. That's good. Yeah. If you, the professional way of mentioning your resume file. Properly name your resume file. So supposing you have applied for HR executive, we also need HR executive. Okay? So that they are able to understand about this file, about your resume, about your details. Okay? Resume file properly. It will also help you. Even if you include in the resume file the company name you have applied for, suppose Rias HR executive ITC. If you are able to name your file like that, you will also understand that you have sent this resume to ITC. And as I told you, tailor made. You can use a different CV for different company based on the job description. Properly name your resume file. Save a copy of resume mentioning name of the company applied for. As I already told you this. Get the hiring manager's email if possible. If possible. If possible. You should not lose your manners in asking the contact ID of HR manager. If it is required, then only you must say if it is possible for you to get the contact details of the person, the hiring manager, if it is possible. If you are able to get it, well and good, so that you can make a follow-up of your resume in the future. What has happened, what is next in the process of selection, this kind of. But frequently making a contact to him about, you have to, yeah, that has again happened with me recently. I think the company has visited your Karaikal campus also, Bharati AXA Insurance. Is it, sir? Karaikal?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, the Bharati AXA Insurance has visited, and they have selected few of the candidates from your campus as well as our campus from our department. And the candidate was again and again confirming with us what has happened to the selection process. When we contacted the HR manager of Bharati AXA, they clearly stated that we are onto the job and we are looking for that. Definitely, we will be giving the job to you, your student, but wait for next date as we are concentrating on other. This was communicated again to the candidate. This is what the delay is happening. Wait for it. And that candidate again he called us and asked, and she actually she started communicating directly to the Bharati AXA, stating that you have selected me on so and so month and you have not inducted me. And I have seen the students those who got selected from the institute from other institutes already got inducted. I'm waiting for this kind of communication. She started sending frequently. In one of the mail, the Bharati AXA has clearly stated that we will come back to you with the details of your posting on 8th September. 8th September. I'm not exactly telling the date. For example, 8th September. Are you not supposed to wait till 10th September? At least 2 days of time to be given for them. And right from the 1st September onwards, you start communicating. What about me? What about my placement? What about my placement? Where are you going to post me? This has really happened, sir. I'm sharing the true story, real story, what has happened recently in my department. right from the 1st of September, you keep on sending a mail. That will definitely going to irritate the hiring manager. Yeah. So when you are when asked to that contact them on 8th September, leave 2 days plus or plus 2 days. 10th September, you are supposed to send a mail and clarifying about your positions. Right from 1st September, you are starting in number of. Finally, the HR manager executive called me and said, "What kind of behavior that candidate is having?" But I requested them, Dr. Rajeshwari, another colleague of mine, also know this incident. And we requested them not to take too seriously about the candidate because of the pandemic situation. She is desperate in getting a job. That's what. And they understood. And finally, they are going to give the employment later. Yeah. So we are supposed to wait, not rushing up about. So get the hiring managers not to trouble them, but to make a constructive communication with them and follow up your resume. So these are all the various details I'm giving you about the resume building. If you have any clarifications, please do ask me now. Okay, now I have corrected my contact details. Contact details are updated. You can contact me as yourself. I told you, send a SMS and 444170944 or WhatsApp message. I'll go through that message and come back to you. These are the two mail IDs. One is official, the other one is personal. jasuddin@yahoo.co.in, jasuddin.tms@email.edu.in. Any clarification? The house is open for you now. Anybody has any clarifications, please?
Sir, in resume, the photograph is necessary.
Not, sir. It is not mandatory. It is not mandatory for two reasons. Until unless that's what I told you, the traditional organizations like government and all, they may ask you to place your photograph in order to cross verify your this one and all, yeah, in order to check the candidates. I mean, cross check the candidate whether the same person is applying for the interview or not. But until unless asked, their photograph is not mandatory, not necessary. Until unless asked. And that's one reason. Second reason is that mostly we are sending the soft copy of your resume or biodata. A resume which contains a photo likely to consume more of the storage. Again, it is going to, it's not only your 13 or say 50 KB or 100 KB of US, but the company is likely to have more than thousands of applicants. It is going to consume their storage so much. So normally you should avoid the photographs until unless you have been asked to. You can send a photograph. Any other clarification, sir?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Naga.
Sir, when we are mention our address in our CV, we want to write the full address or just district, state, country like that only enough, or we want to mention that full address, or we want to change.
Sorry, they mention the address what you are mentioning in a resume. If you are sure that it will reach by post or something, and you may give any address. What you have to ensure is that the address what you give in the resume or the biodata is complete in nature. I mean the complete in nature. The postal should be able to reach. Uh, in Tamil Nadu, we have a habit of mentioning the street name and the nagar and so on, so on, so. But in Kerala, if you see that the address is different, they mention by the family name. Okay? And they know because we know the houses are dispersed in Kerala. They usually be referred by their family name rather than the door number. Most of the Kerala houses or homes have no door numbers. That's what I understand. And if they mention the family name and the village name, it reaches them. So when you see that the Kerala candidates uh, contact address will be very small and crisp, whereas the Tamil Nadu candidate you will be finding third cross street, and the fourth the hose, this kind of that kind of. It is too much of details are required in the communication. So what I am trying to tell you that if address what you have mentioned in your resume is adequate enough to receive your postage of the communication. So nothing else.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, while mentioning chronological order regarding for education qualification, shall we mention tabular form or descriptive form, sir?
Sir, normally I avoid the tabular form. I avoid the tabular form. Instead,
Okay,
I
sir.
go for tab, using the tab in order to have the uh, perfect alignment. Why I'm asking you to avoid the tabular form in the sense, when I receive and store your biodata, it may
Okay,
have the
sir.
misalignment. Every you have created in some other system, and I am downloading and saving in some other system. The compatibility issue may be there. Because of that, there could be misalignment. So even if you are making a this one tabular format or something, try to send two kinds of series, two kinds of copies. I mean, one is in PDF, the other one is Word. So that if I want to copy any of the this one, I prefer resume in PDF format. It appeals uh, it has a good look rather than the Word type format. Once you are sending in PDF, no matters, the alignment will not change. Alignment will not change. But if I want to copy any of the details, like I said, that skimmable, your resume should be skimmable. In that case, some of the PDF I find difficult to copy. The alignment becomes this one. When I try to copy your particular this one, I want the copy is also being, I mean, it is also copying the some other. Then it takes time for me to realign, delete whatever is not required. So normally you must avoid the tabular format. Better put it in descriptor.
Okay, sir.
I tell you because of this misalignment may happen. If you are sending in PDF, the alignment will not mismatch. Then it's okay.
Okay, sir.
Sir, one more doubt, sir. In resume, for a CV experienced candidate, how can you mention the uh, internship? Is in chronological order? First, the work experience or internship, and also a project. How to mention the project? Whether we have to give the description about the project, the capstone project, what we done in MBA.
Um, So if you have the previous experience, I told you already the latest should be appearing in the top of your resume. Suppose you have worked for XYZ company till 2019 and you started pursuing your MBA from 2019 and you are continuing. In between, you have done the internship and the project. I feel that internship and the project should come above the work experience what you possess so that it becomes a chronological order.
Okay, sir. What about the description? Description you have to give about the project. Only project title is enough, or we have to description about project.
You have to describe the project, what you have done. It is
Uh,
not about the title of the project, what you have done. Instead, if you remember, I told you, you try to use the action verbs, what you have achieved by doing the project. Supposing I have done a HR project, and supposing I say that I have done a project on evaluating the training and development of XYZ company. What is my project title? Evaluation of training and development, or effectiveness of training and development. Analysis of effectiveness of training and development of XYZ company. So when I mention about this project description, carried out an analysis of the effectiveness of training and development and given a report with the strategies, the training should be conducted with an interval of 6 months. Are you getting me what I'm trying to tell you?
yes, sir.
Yeah. So what you have achieved by doing that project? What kind of recommendations you have made to the company? Sometimes I have seen some of the resume, the endorsed by the HR manager of the company. Yes, so he has attached a letter of such endorsement of the company manager that the suggestions what was given by the candidate or the person who has done the project work was carried out and it was implemented and found effective. That kind of certificate also. You see that I am taking advantage of that. When my suggestions after doing that project is carried out in a company and the company itself certify that my suggestions were well valid suggestions and it reached a good result as expected and it being endorsed by the HR or the managers of the company, it carries a more weightage. So again, instead of just mentioning your project title, go for using the action words, what you have achieved by doing that project.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any other clarifications?
Sir,
Yes, Nara.
sir, we have completed the regular course as well as add-on course, sir. And
Add-on course.
yes, sir. And previously we have completed a certificate course along with the regular course, sir. So where should we mention both either at a one place at education qualification or other
Yeah, you
qualifications?
make a subtitle as education qualification, BA,
Okay, sir.
FBA. Okay, no? In the bottom of it, add-on courses. Bottom of it, certificate courses pursued.
Okay, sir.
So you will be mentioning about the main education qualification. Next,
Okay, sir.
you will mention about the add-on course. Next, you will mention about the certificate courses.
Okay, sir. And any NSS or NCC we have attended uh,
Yeah,
NSC camps
I do
like.
find that the being an NCC candidate, cadre, is having
Okay, sir.
advantages because the company understand that the NCC cadres are more disciplined than the normal candidates. This is a general understanding. I am not stating that I am because of my business background. Normally, we understand that NCC cadre are disciplined. Yes. So mentioning of such you admin NCD cadre at a college level or a school level may give you
Okay,
an
sir.
added advantage, but you have to find the appropriate place for mentioning. The appropriate place for mentioning it wherever it is possible. The appropriate place can only be known when I am able to have the complete details of your CV or your resume. I cannot just say that put your uh, the experience as a NCC cadre right after the education qualification. I cannot do that. I cannot say that until unless I know the complete details of your resume. Yeah, I can tell you which could be the appropriate for mentioning the NCC experience.
Okay, sir.
Anyone else?
Sir, any participated co-curricular activities shall be
Yes,
mentioned
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
subheading, sir?
Definitely, yes, sir. Definitely. That may also give you the added advantage. I was telling you about not mentioning the hobbies until unless it is asked for. But the co-curricular activities, what you have performed, you can also mention it. Normally, the co-curricular activity, if it is related to the job description. Uh, Supposing what is a relation of, let me give you the example. If you are applying for the post of event manager, right? You are applying for the post of event manager. You are applying for the post of event manager, and you have the core curricular activity related to that. I mean, what you have done the decorative, this one, you have carried out this one, that kind of related co-curricular activity we have. If it is related to the job description, you may mention the co-curricular activity in the first page itself. If it is not so related, if you are unsure that it is related to the job description, you mention at the end of the.
Thank you, sir.
Any other clarification? Shall we wind up? Already 12. Rahul,
Yes, sir.
have you made that? Can you share that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, your presentation is still on.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, now I stopped.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Then share.
Yes, sir. Just a moment, sir.
So, for building your resume, these are the various websites you can uh, go through and find out what is most suitable website for you and find out what is more suitable template for you. Yeah, can you put it in PPT mode?
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, sir.
Canva and Novo Resume, Visual CV, Resume Up, Resume.com, My Perfect Resume, Resume Builder. This is what I told you at the beginning. And Resume Packery, okay, Packer. So these are the few sites which can help you in building a resume. It has various templates. You can go through the templates also, and you can utilize these services. All of them are open sources. No subscription is needed. Am I right, Rahul?
Top threes are no subscription needed, sir. Others are having some subscription.
The nominal
La
amount, what is that?
no, sir. They're giving a free, sir. For freshers, they can use it. For experience only, they can charge.
Okay, they may charge. Okay. So these are all the various tools or the online sites which you people, the fresher can use it and select the appropriate template for your appropriate. What fits for Rahul may not fit for Naga. What fits for Naga may not suit for Rajin. What fits the Rajin may not suit for somebody else. Please understand that. Do not try to copy Naga's resume once Rajin is preparing, or do not copy Rahul's resume once you are preparing for yourself. Try to understand. Your resume has to be unique, telling about you, not a replication of others. So you may use this websites for building your resume. Yeah, right. Stop presenting. Any other clarification, sir? You can stop presenting, Rahul.
Okay, sir.
Any other clarification? Am I visible to you all? Are you able to
Sir.
see my video?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much for being with me all the 3 days, not consecutive, of course, but for the period of time. So the first session we have learned about the interview skills, and the second session also was covering about the interview skills, and the third session today, that is resume building. And I think I have justified my role as a capacity builder for you all. And I would have been more happy if more students got benefited out of this session. Again, I tell you that it is an excellent initiative by the director of DDE, Professor Ramaya. I must thank Professor Ramaya and his team, like Umashri Madam, Nizamuddin, and Sunita Madam, for having coordinated this event for you all. It is continuing, and you may have subsequent session also, which necessarily focus on capacity building of you. And as I told you, I would have been more happy, but more students would have participated, especially from the DD. But maybe because of their employment, they are not able to attend the morning session as such. Of course, this is being recorded, And there are YouTube, you can always visit the videos there, go through our presentation. And I'm open to you all. If you have any clarification, as I told you, you may contact me at any point of time. You can send me the SMS or WhatsApp messages, and also you can send me a mail seeking your clarifications. I'm ready to help you all. Uh, I want to wind up the session with a small story. As wherever I go, I end up my session with this story. A man was walking on the shore, seeing many starfish were starving for its life, and he started picking up the starfish one by one and started throwing into the sea. A passer nearby asked him, "Sir, what are you doing? Can't you see that the thousands and thousands of starfish are laying in this beach, starving for its life? You may not be able to give your life to all the starfish. Why are you wasting your time?" The man continued to throw the starfish and said that whatever you say, I also know. I may not be able to give a life to the thousands and the thousands of starfish living on this beach, starving for life. But he continued to throw and said that I'm able to give the life to this starfish at least. Continued to throw starfish one by one. With this story, I also would like to end up my session, where all of you got benefited out of my session, 3 day session on interview skills and the resume building. If one of you got benefited out of this 3 sessions, I think uh, that that will make more happy and me more happy. Thank you so much for participating. I hope at least there is no one starfish. There are at least today's strength says that at least eight starfish are there benefiting out of my session. If one of you got benefited out of my session, I'm happy. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye bye. See you all.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Punita ma'am, shall I wind up? Nizamuddin sir? Nizamuddin, shall I wind up? Doctor? Nizamuddin. Dr. Punita, shall I wind up? Hello. Thank you all. See you. Bye bye.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, madam.